Good evening, everyone. Bit of a late stream tonight, but the plan is to stay up, so it's going to be a long late night stream. Alright, so story time finally. But yes, my neighbours were partying late through the night, and their fucking music kept us up and pretty much ruined my sleeping again. Yay. Not long now. Well, I don't know how long, but eventually they're moving apparently. Probably end up getting someone worse. The street we live in now is just full of scum. Street stinks of weed. Disrespectful kids. The huge. Alrighty, righty. Someone's a bit excited. Hey, Newton. Great. Story. Doing good. My sleeping's absolutely fucked again because my neighbours were up late night partying. Yay. So I'm having a late night stream. Myself awake. Roll on the day when the twats move. When's patch 5.5 maintenance? I don't know how much time I've got to do this event if I want to do it. What's Newton up to lately? Alright. The Dragonsong Wall. Though it came at a great cost, the heroes have triumphed over the Archbishop on the floating continent of Azizla, thereby breaking the cycle of conflict between man and dragon. Yet a millennium of war is not soon ended, and in the wake of the Warrior of Light's return, the nation of Ishgard was left trembling, the faith of her people shaken to the very core. Skillyboo. Da, da, da. Da, da. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Doobie-doo-wop. Where am I going? Skibby-doo. Where am I going? I'm confused. Help! In adult. Is this map just being stupid? It is, isn't it? I had it right the fucking first time, the vigil. I thought that's where I had to go, but the map kept pointing us to the wrong place. Stupid thing. Man, a bit. That is not what I want. Right. Hopefully the fan's not blowing on the mic too bad. An uncertain future. Fortuitous timing as always, Jasix. Taru was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you would be so kind then. Absolutely. You'll be pleased to hear that Real and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Flaming helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Lims Elemensa, only to then disappear? Well, according to Real, she crept aboard a ship bound to Rad Han, where she's been hiding ever since. Shows me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Padlimore, the remains of their link pearls have been found. And in Pearl Lane of all places. Real thinks they must have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. It could not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they have fled the city shortly after. But we still don't have a clue where they went. I see. And what of Thancred and Minfilia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two. But it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the service of a Sharlayan scholar, one of the students of Bel Sion, to aid in the search. I know who this is. We should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you see. I should very much like to meet this scholar if time permits. But first we must attend to more pressing matters. The Emmerich has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, Jasix, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? Nod. In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Night for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. So this is part 3, all of these quests. Hey Lou, how you do? Do. Da da da. Hey, guess what, Lou? My sleeping's fucked. Yay! My neighbours were up all night partying the other day. Over the weekend. Super happy fun times.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited. Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order, but such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Trine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor? Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens.
Oh, I notice I've dropped a frame. A couple of frames. Not many.
Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
All right. The feed didn't die at any point there, did it? Dropped a small number of frames, but sometimes it can do that, like when it's like died for a split second. Head open my browser and check in case it kills it completely. Dashboard. Doesn't look like it has. I know a little of the lands these dragons call home, this Annex Trine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. Confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it. Even the longest journeys begin with the first step, does it not? Ah, ere we set forth, Jasix and I must needs inform our comrades of our plans. Very well. I shall see to my preparations. Then let us bid farewell. To Tataru, Jasix. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. A diplomatic mission to the Annex Shrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedent. Should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Ystala in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guests. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything. This scholar just happens to be... Time permitting, as I said, we shall endeavour to join Ystala, but if we cannot, pray, pass on our regards. Let us be off, Jasix. We've kept the first commander waiting long enough. Clip my nail. My nails grow incredibly quick lately. I've noticed. Ready to Lucia. You are ready then? Good. So am I. Breaking the cycle. The path is long, but known to us. From Falcon's Nest, we shall cross the Western Highlands and make to Tail Feather in the Dravanian Forelands. Is this the one where I actually have to go there manually? There, we can stop to rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? Not, then the stables await. Yeah. I can't just teleport straight there. Being zoomed in. I hate speaking to the NPCs when the camera's like zoomed right out. I always like to zoom it in. And then when I'm fighting, I zoom out. I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army. And here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. All well do we know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. What was I who first proposed recruiting Yzeli to our cause? I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them. For a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands, men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side, she fought in service to that greater good, even unto her dying breath. While that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered, not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphanor, yet who can say what might come to pass should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to Annex Train. If you will follow me. Da, 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 da. Children, can you hear the And if Quantum's pressed on with the story at all. Seems very reluctant to play with randos lately. Every time I come on, he's like, "Oh, quickly run us through this dungeon." Don't mind doing it, but he seems to be reluctant to play with others. Vidofnir, where are you? The lobby? Or that new person? Yeah. Vidofnir? That's Vidofnir again. Watch it chilled on like the second floor. Vidofnir, where are you? I'm confused. She just like chilling in the lower entrance. Or she chilled in the second floor here. It's just I just overlooked her. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Izili. But this one I do not know. Here, to give us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Emric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon has been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war. But now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willfully betray them and murder the Great Worm Ratatoska, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the warrior of light, the Azure Dragoon, and Yazeli. Alas, deception is so intricately wrought, cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Yazeli once did, and we must make that dream a reality, as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on peace for warrant of patience. Want of patience. Ah, fear not, knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon. My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I'm surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. Ah, but you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Sharlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. And I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was. And thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a thousand-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see end. Suffice to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphinaud. I only hope that the fates will not hold you to your word. Another time, another place. Creel! So, it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. Shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. I only assume she's privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with the Ystala and Idleshire. Rendezvous! Hopefully I'll be able to just get through part 3 today. It doesn't look as long. Like 20 quests. This is like the 4th one now. I say I'm stopping up tonight because my sleeping is fucked. Thanks to my neighbours. Dum dum dum. I nearly bought that the other day. I was like, why? I gotta stop myself. Looks cool, but no. Ah, Jasix, it is good to see you. I confess, I had assumed your business in Alex Train would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofnir go well? As well as can be expected. She must discuss Sir Emric's proposal with Racefelgar, of course. She seemed amenable to suggestion. What of our Charlian guest? She arrived yet? She has. Once when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. Bum, 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 bum. Hammy hum. Keep it story related. Midgard Summers will mount for now. Waiting. Oh, Creel, Creel.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves.
Eyelashes. Up.
Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
I prefer Creel. Cryle, Creel, meh.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir.
Ugh.
And who is that I spy but young Alpha No Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
We, Miss Kryle and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
My grandfather's Louis Soir, bow to my knees. And then they were like, get out my sight. And he was like, what? What is this? Stature means nothing here? Nanny?
Thank you, Kryle.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
Yeah, what he said. Let's not change the subject.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking. Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
Whoa, 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 patience, man. Got here.
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best you explain your plan to her in person.
Yay, we get to listen to the cool music. Better to do, better to do. Oh, Alexander. Fun. Oh boy. Not this weekend, but next. Do 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 do. I was sitting playing that Alchemist Simulator that I bought for like 10 quid on the Switch yesterday. It needs work. It needs a lot of work. It gives you like one tutorial that basically explains nothing of how to work any of the tools. And then just leaves you on your own. You gotta figure everything out. Monster Hunter Rise comes out in 2 weeks. Not this weekend, but next. 26th. Right. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? Prepare to be amazed, Kryl. Kryl. In the eye of the beholder. I've heard many stories of Master Matoya, some quite flattering, others less so. Rest assured they are all true. This way, and have care where you tread. Yeah, we'll be playing that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays. I'll be playing this 3 days a week and that 4. Keep Koos happy, even though he wants more days. He wants to play it every day of the week. Not happening.
Oh, is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Kryl, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our Order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola.
Hang on. No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. But isn't mine and Minfilia's exactly the same? We can both see events of the past. Confused.com.
Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock, I think.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Why? Do 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 do. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiances. Yet, even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Kryle. I have already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. This is impressive. You drew him from memory? A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. Just quickly explain that away like that. I can do it, but I can't remember why. I propose we split in two pairs. Stola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments while Jasix and Creel question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Loth Astvath and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Anyway, we'd best get started. Find me when you finish making your rounds. So he was just like Thancred. That's the mic volume, by the way, guys. I say keep peeking into the raid every now and then. Hopefully it's not too loud. Loud part. Searching for a friend of yours. Let's have a look then. Da, 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 da. Nope. Ain't seen him around here, sorry. What's that you got there? Sketch? Can't say I know the face. See, something of a warrior? Heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a bandersnatch by himself, and with style. Yeah, they tell he was dancing with the beast like it was the belly of the bleeding bull, or the bell of the bleeding bull. Sound like a man? Yeah, depending how the story for the next arc happens, I might glam my character. Not glam my character, sorry, Fantasia portion. If the story happens in a way like it's a whole new adventure, and it completely cuts everything off from the past, I might just end the story of a Endwalker and his adventure, and then use a Fantasia portion to change him into another character, like change his appearance. Depending how it happens. If it happens in a way that it like completely cuts everything off and starts from fresh with no mentions of the past anymore, see what happens. Like if we leave the Scions and we travel to a whole new land and start fresh on what we're known with, we'll see. Hey, where's this last one? Grimold. A Huron man. Not exactly rare, you know. Need to be more specific. Here's a detailed sketch. Did spy this one bloke a while back. Get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. It was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. Lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see that, and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. There we are. We were to meet here, were we not? Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Garen hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build match Thancred's description, as does the fighting prowess. So, you've heard the same tales. But that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description for one of his kind. You were implying that Thancred sent the Vath to market in his state? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the live stream as naked as your name's day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. Stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right. Kyle, quite right. Yes, quite right. Yes. Meanwhile, or maybe not. But we're gonna have a meanwhile there. Out my way. A little slow, a little late. Well, what are we waiting for? All we know, Thancred could be waiting for us at Lothas Vath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone. Come along. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lothas Vath. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings. How curious. Or does tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he is not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He is a friend to the Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Truly? And you're quite certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling, clothed in skin, came to us from some Al, lost and weak. He offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh. So skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where's he now? Gone to Lothas Nath. Not long ago, when he heard the One Mine had summoned our god once more. Ravana is returned? Vidofnir did say the Nath had grown as before. What could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honoured Elder, we thank you for your help. That we could repay this kindness ere we depart. We must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice. I'm coming, Thancred, you crazy loon. Huh? Any? Da, 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 da. That's what I need. What stealth he's got there. He's posted that picture. He's got one of them curved discs. What I need. That'll be spot on. I need a longer desk for more, so I can put like my consoles and everything on. Get rid of this big ass wardrobe that takes a huge chunk of my room. Huh. Lou done for the night? Is Lou off to bed? Ah, is that any good? I haven't watched that. I watched that Pacific Rim The Black yesterday. It's only 7 episodes long, but it was alright. An anime version. Well, it's not a version. It's its own story, but it's an anime. Well, yeah, an anime version of Pacific Rim, basically, but it follows its own storyline.
Who else could be? Thancred! It could be Thancred! We must hurry!
Oh boy! Who's that? We've never met him before. Who are they?
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever!
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not!
Limit break.
So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea. It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Remember her story.
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Ooh, Cirrus Fierce.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt, but so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light, for we are the warriors of darkness, walkers of a different path, and we shall meet again.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
Thancred! Are you all right?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Get out! Run! Away!
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then... had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the life stream in the altogether. Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
Well, buck naked.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more?
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
Interessante. Dreams of the Lost. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard of rumours and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers. They would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. Of our primary duties, to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Thancred found Jasix. Ah, the memories. Seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labour to believe that a band of prematurely gifted adventurers has been travelling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us naught. Far too much we do not know. At the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know. Namely, the Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. News may render her more receptive to Sir Emmeric's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I will beg her assistance with the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? Thought she escaped with Jasix. She'll explain on the road. Much has happened in our absence. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir. But it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings, for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation, as promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth, she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the word will remember her deed. World, why'd I say word? For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or be it for war, such is the folly and the glory of man and dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Emric's invitation? Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honoured to receive your answer, and will convey our words to our allies without delay. Na, 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 na. It is happening, Izeli. Would that you were here to see it. Na, 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 na.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide. Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Oh boy. right back into the mess of it again. Oh! Excusez-moi! Fidget, fidget, fidget. Right. Let us not keep Sir Emmerich waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, yes, quite well. Forgive me. You have given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. Seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time we will find Yida and Paplimore and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I do not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, mood here is less than celebratory. I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough. You may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know you will. So then, to the congregation. Dreams of the Lost. Lucia. You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. Pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Emmerich's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? Judges tell me that he will make a full recovery. Had Lord Edmont and Lord Altoriel not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been as fortunate. For a mercy they subdued the fiend before he could lend the telling blow, or land. The attack was just the beginning. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flames. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. Been dousing the fires, but for every one we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. It's plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. So they have been rounded up. There will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. Hiccup. Against the dying of the light. flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. We've been able to determine the precise location where the fires were set. Mayhap there is a pattern. There is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphanor and Master Yestola, I would have you take charge of the investigation in Foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Mean and Jasix and me get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogues stinking striking a pause over there be joining us? Thancred of Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. A Scion, eh? There I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst these illustrious personage. I remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching efforts. If I learn aught of value, pray... Or if you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Well, we could begin by sniffing through charred rubble and questioning random passerbys. In my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Aye, the infamous Lord Emilian, the Fortemp, lover of women and wine. Nor neither care for him that much. Say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Jasix. He'll be at the Crozier most like, making an effort to be seen. Let's go and see him. Grizzled I will accept, but old. Getting old, Thancred. You're getting old, mate. Da 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 da. There he is. Well, well, if it isn't Jasix, dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that. Awfully curious. What did you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guards outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Don't have the old pile going up in flames after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. The Emmeric's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. I will have you know, my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. Was not entirely what I had hoped for. Whose idea was to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees and Hoplon Jasix, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Hoplon. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed. Let's see the fire how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbour shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with our clothes on our backs. If not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Come, my brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilia. Halorn's blessing upon you, Father. I confess, we were not sure if we should come. So many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Emric and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on for far too long. But that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. It was so hot and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm's getting better after all. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? It will require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near Saint Remnard's. cathedral and another near the tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Ended up dying. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the 2 occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give us cause to wonder. Alphenor will doubtless have an opinion. Meow, meow, meow. Da da na na na. Na 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 na. Do, 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 do. Silence will avail you naught, sir. Ah, Jasix. I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. Like to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not. So we insisted. Let me go, dammit! You've got the wrong man! My, but you reek of oil! And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose, but tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you. But then these high-born types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks. He's the one that told me to keep going. Oh boy. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I've left it behind, tried to. All my heart, said my prayers every day like a good man. But he came to me. He came to me. And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. Bust a cap in his knee. That was incredible, Thancred. How did you know he would confess? Well, I've seen his like before. A troubled soul, manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. Could not be certain, of course. Given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. Our captive had called your bluff. Must we entertain hypotheticals? Hypotheticals? There we go, I got it in the end. Hypotheticals. Got myself tongue-tied. The world is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. By luck or judgment, we have at least confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Alrighty. Bop bop bop. Bop 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 bop. Are these like a daily thing, or can you constantly get them? These esoterics, Moogle things. Need to open the window, the heat is picking up. Ugh. Something I was wanting to do. That's not what I want. Ah, you potato. They're not partying again, are they? They're yakking up food. Whoa, that went horrible. Yeah, I'll do that again later. I'll sort it out later. Want to drop to 1440. A little bit less strain on my PC. I'm constantly playing in 4K. I'll quickly exit the game, reboot it. Right, so display settings. 1440. X doesn't display very nicely. Smell the fresh air. Ah, roll on the nice hotter days. Chill outside. I'm still tempted to get a laptop instead of this whole tablet method that I've gone with. I'm going to give it a whirl, but at least I've got the Wi-Fi adapter to like boost the Wi-Fi signal in the house. But if I go with a laptop, then I'll not need this power bank. But yeah, is what it is. Drop the resolution of the game. Take a little bit of strain off the PC. I mean, your PC can handle playing in 4K, but it'll be running high temp constantly. That's still saying it's running at 4K. Um. Da 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 ba da. Right, so that's fine. Apart from that being massive. Huh. Ah, come on. Alright, that's better. Um. That seems to be fine. So now, when I bring the scale up, change to that setting. That's for when I'm playing on tablet, you see. That's a bit massive though. I think it needs to be again because of tablet. Probably have to readjust a lot of this when I'm actually on the tablet. Well, that seems fine there. One thing I like to keep nice and big. 130 FPS. Good. Alright, New Game Plus. Get back into it. Now that I've done that. Forgot I was wanting to start. It seems 1440 is the general go-to res these days. I prefer taking advantage of 4K, but at the same time it plays havoc on the system. The system can handle it perfectly fine. Like I can play this at 4K max settings and get 60-70 FPS on my RTX 2070. Right. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Atoriel. Are you come to see your father? He's attending Sir Emric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Then do not let me detain you. And thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. But that I could do more. My Lord Atoriel did not seem to be in the best of spirits. There's little wonder, Master Alphinaud. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet coiled in the grave. Nice armor. You mean my paladin? As goes light, so goes darkness.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond.
I shall go them out too.
They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
Do it!
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
No, bye!
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, the problem is this here. Yibbidi-doo. better. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doo. Da 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 da. Do-do-do-do. Da 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 da. Right, champion. So that's good enough for now. And adjust it again later if I need to. But that's set for when I do switch to tablet mode. So when I'm not in tablet mode and I'm just chilling on my PC, bang it to 100%. And change back to keyboard and mouse. And bam, everything's glorious. Yep, that'll do. During their manner. Duty calls. Listen well. You will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. That's better. I am told one claimed to have served under Thornton VII. Might the same be true of the rest? Given the swiftness of which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defences against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Atariel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honour if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavour. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. The Lord is my witness. We will bring these fanatics to justice. Pardon? Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. To battle! For the good of the land. Surpass your limits.
There!
Ba-da-da. You injured. Bless you. You must hurry. The others were taken elsewhere by Sir says... Sir says... Simonard. So... Ah, right. Sir Simonard. So this is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. I will hold the entrance and look after this one. Now go.
Down with you!
There they are. Let none escape. Keep going. I will hold them here. Not alone, you won't, Jasix. Stay with Sir Emmerich and Lord Artoriel. This way, Jasix. For the quarry.
You underestimate me!
Sir Simonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ah, the word of a heretic and kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the Archbishop. They're not going to do much. Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then, Lord Artoriel, Jasix. Leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simonard. Come then, let us see whom the Fury favours. Sir Emmerich is still wounded, Jasix. If we do not move quickly, he will surely fall. There must be others nearby, but where? I see no others nearby. Come, Jasix. Sir Emmerich needs us. It says hostages rescued. 5 out of 6.
This knight does not yield!
One day, I swear you will. He took Marley. You must hurry. The priest took Marley upstairs. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he? Come no closer! You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Oh shit. Think again.
What? But I...
Vidofnir.
Vidofnir!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Freysfelder?
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horsefar in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
This has been a day of surprise, has it not? It's but a pity Vidnofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well, time scarcely does it justice. 1 moment later would have been a moment too late. Let's pray that the Ishgardians, who yet harbour doubts, will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmeric's word. Well, it's only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Four Thames Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment, Jasix. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? I'm not sure how to put it into words, but so you sense it too. A subtle change. Imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice it at first, but upon closer examination, I saw that his etheric flow had been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. Do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. When he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But it's still more than speculation. Little more than speculation. Till I have proof, pray, speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Trial may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who could say how long it will last? Bye.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
My hair and buzz cut later. A bit lengthy.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emeric was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince Houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
A knight lives to serve.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Horschiffon. Will you be a brother to me as well?
Nod.
Come, Manelaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard. To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortemps, heavensward, as goes light, so goes darkness. Meanwhile, this is thy proof. The Gurren oracles, Apocrypha. Is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning, of the path we had been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Alize. Look who it is! Well, everyone has their orders. Masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. Imperials won't know what hit them. Fear it will be bloody. By Ralgar, it had better be. We cannot stay forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Every one. That's our first whiff of the Stormblood. As it once was. Alphinaud, Jasix, I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Flaming. Ori Boulder and Coltonet. Really? Something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite. In fact, it seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. Easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. You don't mind being spied on. Right. But what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand. Pleasure to see you too, Alphinaud. Ah, Thancred and Kryl. Brings you two here. Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Jasix, when you were fleeing Uldar with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all still quite hypothetical. I propose that such intervention, however subtle, may surely leave some residual trace. A lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. Battleground where Jasix felled the Ultima weapon. The site of my personal ignominy. It was there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magics I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the aether therein. Two of you alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patron patrols pass. Besides, if you and Jasix come along, who will see to Flamin's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well. I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tara and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Laminsian docks? I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Off, and away! Wrong way. Has any more people joined our company? Nope. Oh, Jasix, how have you been? Come here, let me have a look at you. Thank the 12, our hearts. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. Worried about you all every day. Would have sent word sooner, but the braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Karu found her way to you, of course. We were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us most. But we made the most of it, didn't we, Count Goldnet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn we did. Would have said words sooner, but we knew not whom to trust. The vast distance. Those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me. Sure you are doing everything in your power to find her. Thancred must be. He watched over her from the very first, long before me. And he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much and more to be done. The braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit. To the Scions and a long overdue reunion. Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. Meanwhile,
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
look at his eye.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you've favoured me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
Ooh.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
Whenever the game will get another upgrade with the next expansion, or sorry, when I don't think they'll do it with the next expansion, but when they start the new story, because they slightly upgraded the game's visuals in that from Stormblood onward. You needed slightly better specs because they changed a lot of things. I wonder if they'll do the same thing again. Da, 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 da. Do, do. Felt good to be home. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. Gods help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Aliane, F. May, fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. Wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. They seem to be shy. One. Archer, what of the Seven Hells drove my little brother to come to Mordorna? Why you, brother? You and the Scions, of course. 1,000 days I have trained, that I might grow strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with the Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. Aye, I have studied the trials of the braves, and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. As we've settled in, I would join the search. To secret oneself in a ship hauled to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. They are well rested. I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there is no need to be shy. Pray, grant me a moment longer at least. I am happy to oblige you. My legs are rather less accommodating. Ah, we could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. I worry that Artemis is getting a bit carried away, but I suppose I can overlook at this on this occasion. Been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. Was the chaos spawn of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee? When they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphonor. I know we will. Infilia, Ida, Paplimore, every last one. When they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. Me at the head of the queue, of course. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright. The World of the Mother. Or the Word of the Mother. Tancred and Creel contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castra Meridium bore fruit. They ask that we rendezvous with them in Y'shtola and Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Blasting on through the story. Oh wow, a million years later they respond to my tweet. Too late, I'm not using your service. You took too long to respond. Well, I found a different service. And a service that most people seem to be using when streaming, so... Right. We're up to there. Try get these all finished. So then this part is done. I think the next part's even longer. Oh no, it's actually shorter. Cool. Maybe be able to get both parts finished and move on to Stormblood. I'm stopping up anyway. My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val. And I believed when I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light. Confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildi aqueduct. There we detected the same wavelength, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin. There's no other explanation. There is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used floor, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and they're not there. Now, recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Well, this too is but a theory. Studies of gifted subjects suggest that, when communing with Heideling, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heideling interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's floor and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heideling may have a capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heideling guided Minfilia into the compass of my magics that she might summon her body and soul unto the ethereal sea? In which case we needs must continue our search there. For a blessing, that the means do so already exist. I speak of the anti-tower. Charlian construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian. Contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refuses to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the anti-tower. I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Once more we fly. Midgard summer. Yeah. Attack on Titan was delayed this week because Japan's disaster. Japan's had a large earthquake. Rather than take up airtime on the stations, they decided to delay the episode so that emergency channels could be broadcast. Love that. Okay, if you go on the Crunchyroll comment section though, it's just nothing but people whinging. I want my episode. Shut the fuck up. People's lives are in danger, you little pricks. People are so self-entitled. Ah, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the anti-tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? I stopped watching that quite a while ago. It just doesn't keep the interest compared to the original Naruto series. The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. That is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the anti-tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. Jasix can go. Take the magicless rogue too, if you like. He's no use to me. Oh, she came out with it. The rest of you will stay and work, and I'll hear no argument. Those are my terms. Oh, and I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, Jasix. Thancred, no. Your etheric floor has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the ethereal sea, would be to risk further impairment, or worse. But Minfilia could be in there, waiting for us. And you could die. And for what? She is waiting beyond. Jasix will find her. Trust in him. Have faith. Damn it all. Bring her back to us. Nod. Da 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 da. Do do skibbity do do. Da da da. Hopefully I can do this solo. Not sure what's going to happen when I get turned into a doll, though. Guess it wears off after a short time. Maybe I'm now at a point where I do need to queue up with people. Doopy-doopy-doo. We'll see what happens. Alright, let's see what happens. For my reassemble to cool down. I'm running free, yeah. And where have they gone? Oh, earrings. And one bites the dust. Try and keep it on top of things. I don't want my inventory becoming chock-a-block again. Should be getting through it alright, touch wood. I'm slowly dwindling down my health, but not enough to be hugely concerned. Leveling to 80 has helped. Plus comes to shove, I can easily just queue up. But the queue names aren't too bad these days. Oh boy. Doopy-doopy-doo. Da-da-da-da. Getting through this nice and easy. Much wood. We are Calabrina. Adorable dolls, terrible dolls. Yip ho ho. Fusion Ha! wear off after a while. Yeah. Weird boss. No dies at all. Boo. Simple enough.
Hear, feel, think. Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the mother. We, who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source,
13.
each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease.
That hair is very distracting.
They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining.
We're flying in the ether.
7 times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed.
7 calamities. 7th shards fallen.
The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
And that is Heidelin's power spent.
Thank the 12!
Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
About that.
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Heidelin than Minfilia. And if Heidelin has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Accuse.
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
Oh boy. Da 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 da. Na, 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 na. She's not coming back, is she? She did what she thought was best. I know that, I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the darkness, as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss? This war of ours. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Flamen. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Jasix, after all you've done, I would say you've earned a rest. Ah, but speaking of well-earned rewards, received a missive from Sir Emric while you're away. Fatima is planning a ceremony of some sort. I'd like you to attend. He He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Perhaps you should pay him a visit. So you've seen the primal, have you? Very good. Mayhap I can now return to my own research without Shatala barging in and asking me to hold her hand with every little thing. I think she's talking about Alexander. It's fast content. The Ish God. Da, 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 na, na, na. Da, da, da. I'm hungry. Was that? Da, da, da. So I am very concerned with this whole Bethesda thing. In terms of, obviously, Bethesda announced last year that if you bought their games and you had a PS5 or an Xbox, you would get free upgrades. Today, Bethesda have released an upgrade for the Xbox, not for the PlayStation. Have I bought Doom and Elder Scrolls Online on the PlayStation and wasted my money? Has this deal now changed that plan with Microsoft and Bethesda and ZeniMax? Or they're still going to live up to what they said they would do? And because that's a bit of a slap in the face to everyone when they said, oh, if you buy our games, you'll get a free upgrade. Because again, they said that like August last year. If you go on their website, there's a post from August last year of them saying that the PS5 would receive free upgrades. So now, myself, and I'm guaranteeing many others, has gone out and bought the games on the PlayStation, waiting for that free upgrade. And so now, if we're not going to get it, Sony won't refund we. Because you know what Sony's like when it comes to refunds. Like, I've not touched Doom, and I've not touched Elder Scrolls. I bought them both in preparation for these upgrades. It's a bit shit if they suddenly turn around and say, oh, well, sorry, things changed. If you want the upgrade, you'll have to buy it on the Xbox. I'm saying that Doom's coming to the pass. But still, I've spent money on them. Ah, Master Thuldred. Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation.
I mean, they stated that games like Elder Scrolls and that would continue to receive support on other systems. So, if they're going to be upgrading the performance of the games on one system and not the other, that's not living up to that promise that they would support both games. Because then Xbox Elder Scrolls is getting an upgrade, whereas the PlayStation version remains gimped. What happens if they suddenly turn around later and say, well, we're discontinuing the PS4 version, but you can continue to play it on the PS5, but it will be at the performance of the PS4 version, whereas people on the Xbox get that extra performance boost, better frames, better resolution, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they've just received it today. Fallout 4 Doom and a bunch of other games have received a patch today, giving them all better frame rate. But there was no mention of the PS5. That's why I'm curious about this. A pleasure to see you again, my friend. Take it you received our invitation.
Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. "'Tis nothing. 'Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Got a lot of shit on my mind at the minute, Emmerich. A lot of shit on my mind. Was ist das? Lord Commander said you would come, Jasix. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labour day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the results. It's not my war, but I made it mine. And to see it draw close to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. So up there. Taking a while to get there. It took us 4 hours to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 quests. Obviously with cutscenes and one dungeon and what have you. Hopefully I can get to the end of part 3. Then I'll take a break. Staunch conviction. If you would rather not take rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artariel and Emilian, who have graciously volunteered their services. Should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. Good Redwald. I'm glad to see the rumours were true. Well met, Master Thaldred. And fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid and this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may have passed directly over the encampment. Last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Ah. Da 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 da. Do you know when everything is set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker. He is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand. We've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we're close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in that vault? If you had told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! And here I am, labouring to make it so. Lord Toriel, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. Majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Vulcan's Nest. Fury take me. You would defy Sir Emmerich's commands? They dare attack Vidnofnir. It will not come to that. To see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Fortemps present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Emilian while I'm away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child. But recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty. Simple but honourable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he's taken no interest. I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Once more a favour. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy. Guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Toriel thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. Since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travellers, yet I've been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right there. Those other points are scouts marked for patrol. I leave it to you, old boy. Come, Monorat. I must return to my rounds. And he hasn't changed. Oh dear. Do be careful, my lord. Got me doing his dirty work again. You finished Raw Galaxy yet? Easy enough. Jasix Thuldred, Wolf's Bane. Pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, as I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. You just make everyone do your dirty work, don't you? It doesn't matter if you know them or not, you're just like, hey, do this for us. Yeah. Lazy crap. Meow. Kersplat. My minion is in the way. Fancy meeting you here, Jasix. I was fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then. See what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. Oh boy. Better be careful what he does with Thancred. Thancred ain't in the mood at the minute. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. Cram it, douche. By your selfless sacrifice, you have guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is naught left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. You did fuck all, lazy hack. For those we have lost. Oh, this should of course go without saying. Let's keep those last few favours between us, yes? Ariel wouldn't understand. Right then. First floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Jasix. I will join you anon. Do, 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 do.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
Hi.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
It's poison. Spit it out.
afraid food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Oh, I think I remember this part.
You're right, my lord. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest?
Uh-oh.
After all you've done, I say you've earned it.
It actually was laced with something. I completely forgot.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
The Warrior of Light knocked out by a simple drugged drink. Well, I never.
This was never your fight.
Echo!
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them. They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks?
Bollocks.
It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest. and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen.
Oh?
They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Oh boy. Peace Talks is about to go down the toilet.
Hey! This is no time for napping.
Well, kill it.
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Sorry, who are you?
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more!
And thus he made a mistake.
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
I gave no such order! I did not! I never meant for anyone to...
Oh boy. What happens when you lays off on your duties? Give them to someone else. Eventually it all comes back. Dare say that could have been played out any worse, given that the first command Commander and Lord Atariel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Million has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Da, 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 da. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. Churgeons tended to our bruises afterwards. Mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? He done fucked up. He done fucked up. Heard the rumours that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run at the Falcon's Nest? Oh, yep, that's going to fall very badly on his brother. Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arse. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. They were wrong to resort to violence. When I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it? Or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. Well, what say you? The violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. At the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering a public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Consequences. I'm hungry. Right. Yeah, something to nibble on. Prop man a bit. Right. Lord Toriel and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern then. First order of business will be to speak with Lord Emilian, and I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since last we saw him. Maybe we'll grab some crisps or something as well. Back in a second. Still hungry. I'm gonna grab some crisps. Right. What have I done to my little finger? I'll the volume on my TV on so I can just listen. It's late and I'm apparently being noisy. Oh boy. Yeah, that'll do. Fury, take me. What a disaster. Should never have left. My apologies, Jasix. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emilion ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives. For the time being, at least. The Churgians are doing what they can for her. They may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of this hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labours. In the wake of the protest, the people seemed delusioned. You spoke with them then? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken. We convinced them before, and we will do so again. We could but find a means to remind them, show them once more the promise that change holds for all. And this tragedy soon shall be into the past. Pass into the past. Must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, we have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. For the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest, Jasix. Will you deliver my report to Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emilion. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Henriette. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Henriette? Henriette? Sworn he was... He's had enough of your bullshit. Be wrong. I'm sure I remember at one point in the story there was someone dumped off the side there. Alright. Where are you, Henriette? Come out and play. He's on a higher level. Where the bloody hell is he? He's not away. Where the hell is he? Flying in circles here. It's not wrong to want to subdue the leader as quickly as able. She may have spurred others to further violence. To fire on her as the crowd looked on was beyond reckless. Odd. The boy struck me as a rather devout type. Reason would he have to leave his master unattended for so long? Where the fuck is he? That's the bigger question. Seeing he's higher up. Somewhere on this level, but am I just blind and not? Wait, is that him over there? Nope. Is he in this building and the game's just being a douche and not letting me see? I'm going crazy. Where the hell is he? He's now saying he's higher up, so he's not on this level. That limits my options of where to look. I'm confused, so confused. Where the foobar is he? And now I'm outside of the search area. I remember you being able to go inside of there. Where are you? I what is my search area here? Right. There he is. Peace.
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa? Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairoujan without delay. Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces?
But you're an idiot.
Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Oh boy.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
Oh.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You don't know anything, mate. Get the fuck down.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed.
Yep, you pushed him too far. He ain't in the mood for shit.
Learn to live with it. I have.
Poor Thangrid. That guy's a dick. I will take him to the Kurgians. The least I can do. He chose the wrong person to punch in the face. Tancred could have done a lot worse. He ain't in the mood. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. Understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses. Convince yourself you have no choice. The past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reveling, from reliving your mistakes. I know this. He. Choices. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Tancred's sick. Another bot there. Maybe not. Just quickly finishing these before we move on to the next one. Reach. You're expected, sir. Pray proceed. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Jasix. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It is rumoured that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame, of course. stories are prone to exaggeration. Not exactly given. Not exaggerated at all, mate. He's an idiot. Because he kept slacking on his duties every day. And he just thought because he was a lordling that he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. But he sharp regretted it. It's true. His son's an idiot. I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. Dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Or for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? We naught to show for our sufferings? Thought peace a sufficient salve. Mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmond, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honour the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. Glorying. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur our delusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in the past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause, is a bitter reflection. But lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations, and to test our readiness to meet with a common threat. They had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference. Mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take to the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victor would do much to fan the flames of patriotism. 'Tis true. But if we should be defeated, or Even to hold our own against the cream of 3 nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You may count on my support, for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emilian take part in the Grand Melee. By his deed has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honour. As you wish, my lord. If this is his desire, then it shall be so. Now, we have no time to lose, Jasix. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the Grand Melee. If you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he is not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. So that is their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true then. The living and the lost. I didn't read the bottom option, to be honest with you. I only read the first 2 and I stopped on the second one and thought, it's a good one. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emric wishes field a force comprising both of Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. I'll get round to that game eventually. Well met, Jasix. Have you spoken with Sir Emric? I was aware of the Alliance's request. Sir Emric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficiency of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions. These are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith, and for the watch. Did he now? Considerate of Master Thancred to seek our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray, deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. Would have her best men, not her most dispensable. I'll just go this way. Geronimo! Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. Nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows that what he's doing. We ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Correspondence from Lucia addressed to Hilda. Well, well. Seems the first commander's gone and hand-picked her guests. Won't say I disagree with their choices, though. Got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? I can inspire the lads if you were. You take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask. You haven't seen our favourite lordling, have you? I thought not. The assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace suggests we split up and look for him. We'll search Foundation and you the pillars. See, honestly, at the same place, hitting on people after everything that just happened. Oh, he's not hitting on anyone, but he's at the same place. I carried Henry out to the manor. Our best surgeons are tending him as we speak. He is yet to wake. Surely he will. So Father has volunteered me for his grand melee, this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot who clearly just made a stupid decision of your own. You just nearly executed someone and that person's probably going to die. You idiot. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the man you want to be. Whereas I am a son of House Forteps, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it. Till the order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. Suppose I'd convinced myself I was above it, till your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Henriette, I wanted to scream. Wanted someone to blame. In the end, it was only me. Only me. See, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich and I will make my own decision. Oh boy. That boy done need a slap in the face. Uh-huh. Beep, 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 beep. Why is this robot a mile away from them? Oh, okay, it is. Never mind. Oh, there was another bot hiding under the floor. Found him, did you? Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matter demands his personal attention? See. Very well, you may enter. Excuse me? You denying me entrance? How dare you?
Lord Commander, if I may? I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
Nope. 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 Bye. What's that? Oh, bye. That's my link pool. Gotta go.
An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend?
I like this fight that's about to happen. Good fight. Gonna go toe-to-toe with the Iron Bull.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Gods help me, I think I might be in love. I dare say it might be cheating too. Only our presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? Look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotions. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. That would be improper. This is their fight and yours, but not mine. We're getting there. We're up to here. Spectacle of the ages. The Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. Grand Melia will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, and in sight of the capital. The announcement has been made and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Jasix. We must not fall. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces outside of Gardenor. Perhaps. I would not miss it for the world. To the gates of judgment. Boom! There he is. See, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing, never mind. I think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's solidary in battle. Soldieri. But I am mere... What if... Oh, what am I saying? To stop imagining the worst, I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Onriot when he awakes. Duty calls. I am ready, old boy. Are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it is sudden. I believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colours of House Fortemp in battle. Pray, do us the honour. During the Grand Melee, some of your gear will be glamoured. Your tributes and abilities will be unaffected. Ew! I look hideous.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldar, Gridanian and Leminsian forces pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award you company 1 tactical point. Defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard!
Yay!
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
Oh, kick ass! Forward! Forward, Ishgard!
For Ishgard!
Is that all you've got?
Get out, Pippin. Denied. Go away, Pippin.
It ends here!
Right there!
Fury's curse has fallen upon General Rauban and me. Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! All forces fall back! Tancred needs to let off some steam. One punch! Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Daft sod. You heard the man, back to it. All forces, form a line on Jasix now. Don't mess with Rauban. Don't call him the Iron Bull for nothing. And he sealed us in. Well met. I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. Just like old times. Except he's about to get wrecked. Sorry, Raban, not today. Aye, alright, take your victory, you've earned it. Stop.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Right.
Well fought! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
Aha! Aha!
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I'm sure I remember on 1.0 you had a duel with Raubarn as well. In the pits in Uldar.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. The Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
You're not wrong. He can't use magic anymore. He has to fight normal.
"'Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 24. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time, as Minfilia would have done."
He's getting there. Balls. I'd forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Ball of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different. I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come, how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. Shall have to do this again one day when the time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Your Grace is expecting us. Yes, Father. Father? And your goodbyes. In all the years I have known Raubarn, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Jasix. You made this happen. You have learned the emote victory. For those who can yet for those we can yet save. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There's naught left but to return to the capital. Come, see what reception awaits us.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
It would seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, when I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Not so fast.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuelaine, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Say you duelled General Rauban within a ring of flames. Did not think the man so ostentatious, but that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, turned to speak with Dataru. He agreed to tell the others only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest. I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I didn't want to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I need to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. Short, some things I feel I must say, but nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. Let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Atariel has need of our assistance. Well met, Master Thulred. and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, and he did not dishonor his house. But to you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. So they came. By the grace of the Fury they came. Ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. For you and Master Alphinaud, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? Any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait? Or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Wait with Alphinaud for the ceremony. Excellent. I only hope that Thancred and the others will not be late. Well, epochal events do not come around very often.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, sir.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Look!
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer.
Yeah, the Dragoon storyline after this whole war's over, like some of the quests along the way of the Dragoon storyline should see you get your dragon companion, like in Final 11. One that you can temporarily summon to your side, similar to how you did with the Rook originally, and have it like cast buffs and things temporarily. Something like that anyway.
Brothers and sisters, Ye who stand as witness, hearken to me! Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Is
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Nope. Not quite yet, it isn't.
Your bow!
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells.
Estinian, consumed by Nidhogg. Everyone needs to get the hell out of here.
Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
And so it happens again. Just as peace was about to happen, Nidhogg struck. There they go, the last of the guests. They come hither with hope in their hearts, depart with hatred and bloodlust. Till the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Azizla was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emric. For a mercy Vidnofnia's wound was not mortal, so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annex Shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. Such was surely Nidhogg's intent. Deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thornton, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood. Another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinian. Seven left to go. Kill it. Causes and costs. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow Scions, but to you, Jasix, my friend. But not here, no. But of course. The intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? An eyelash. I can feel it digging into my eye. Sparkle, sparkle.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Sucks that when I have to do this fight, I have to mute the music. Because it adds so much to the fight. I can hate streaming these days because of that shite. Should be some sort of thing where if it's part of the game, it should be fine. We will find a way to save him.
We will. I know we will.
What was I going to do? I was going to do something, but my mind's just completely blank during that cutscene. Something I must check. So hopefully that cancels right. I subbed to a channel a while ago, but I always automatically turn off auto renew because I like to be in control. But when I went into that channel yesterday, it seems like it popped up with the usual alert that you get in chat saying, "Oh, this is your anniversary, blah blah blah." Click share to share it with everyone. But it shouldn't do that because I cancelled the auto renewal again because I haven't renewed it. And on the subscription page, it still says it's going to expire today in 7 hours. But it's added an extra month onto my sub period, as if it's continuing. I haven't been charged for it because I haven't got my card added. And I've messaged Twitch, but as per fucking usual, you know, Twitch and their customer support is an absolute shit show. My biggest worry is that it carries on tallying. Even though I'm not subbed to that person, it seems like that channel is still tallying it as if I am. There's some sort of bug or something. So I've messaged Twitch 2 days ago saying this needs fixed. Because one, I might get banned wrongfully by Twitch because they might think there's something that I'm doing something when I'm not. So I've messaged them explaining it. And again, I don't want to suddenly add my card. I'm glad I've removed my card. I don't want to suddenly add my card to their system again at some point and I get charged for every month that this is carried on tallying even though I've turned off auto renewal. Because I'll be fucking livid. What makes it worse, again, is Twitch's customer service. It's fucking abysmal. Thank you, Jasix. It is unfair for me to unburden myself in this manner. Time after time. I am glad you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. It's quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. He stays for us at Camp at Fort Emp Manor. Let's not keep her waiting any longer. Hopefully in 7 hours I'll see that it disappears off my subsection and into the cancelled section, and then I'll have to leave it another month and see if anything pops up. If it pops up saying, "Oh, it's your 11 month," because it popped up yesterday saying it was my 10-month anniversary of subbing to this channel. But I'm not intending on carrying on the sub. Again, I like to just do it whenever I feel like it. Because again, I'm not Mr. Moneybags. So I sub when I can. Cable. I'm his buddy. So it should disappear off me active subs tomorrow and, well, in 7 hours. And into the cancelled section. And that should be the end of it. Yet again we walk in an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain we were, granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favour. Hear, hear. Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. The Lannisters always repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Paplimore, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back? Or she knew it would cost her dearly. Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. For all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray to carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. Six to go. You have learned the emote battle stance.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
There he is. Red's got his eye on him.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragonsong War.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortin, Heavenward, the Gears of Change. Meanwhile, caution, Ida. This is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. Dastardly plans are afoot. By a certain ex-brave. Sloppy! The man within. Ah, Master Thuldred. It is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphinaud wishes a word with you. Ah, Jasix. There you are. Give you a moment. Something I would fain discuss. Must ask that you recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference. I dare say you would sooner forget them. Mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in guise of a Stinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. You described his fateful transformation at Azizlar. I feared him lost forever. The mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Yustola and Creel for more empirical appraisal. And full glad I am that I did. It would seem that they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let's not keep our honoured colleagues waiting. Mouse movements suddenly feel weird. Feels off. Yup.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphinaud. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
Oh no, shut up and listen.
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered.
All butts are smothered.
As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last!
Any?
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
Nod.
nearest deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
Why did you shrink Midgard, Summer?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Guy who does those is good voice actor. I like those moments when he speaks those lines. What news has Sir Emric to share with us, I wonder? An ally for Ishgard. Might Sir Emric perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? And mayhap they have located that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say. Bop, bop, bop.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
Stupid?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Emmerich. To Jasix and I, Ishgard is as a second home. After the many battles we have fought, and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. There is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike. We must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to some Arl. Confess, I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgard Zenith, the Churning Mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay a visit to Annex Shrine. Seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it would have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. The Dravanian Forelands then. Ba, ba, ba. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray, forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad I am to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference. We failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought'st to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Catch you later, Newton. Thus do we make for some all to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Ollie, thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Grace Felgar's heart remains unchanged. A pity. But if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way with thy kind. Go then, but be warned. The Shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We should disturb your rest no longer. Fucking cushion. Stop moving. Winning over the worm. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the air of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphino. Scout ahead if you wish, Jasix. We should join you outside Moghorn. I'll scout ahead, alright. Teleport. Bye. Enjoy the walk. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. You live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinian and Yseliet walked at our side. Papa? Is that you, Jasix? Ah, if it isn't don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupro. After all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Jasix? His name. Apologies, friend, but all Moogles look the same to me. Was it Moglin? Moghan? One or two. Google. I know your name. Just give us 1 second there. Moglin. Actually, it's Moghan. Sorry. Moglin's the leader. Of course I do, Moghan. Phew. You seemed a bit hesitant for a moment there, but I'm sure you were just fondly recalling the time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? Yes. Totally wasn't Googling your name. Nope. Not at all. But, putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hraesvelgar. Well, I hope you've brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good sound toot should reach the Great Worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Moghan, thank you. We'd best press on to Zenith while the winds are in our favour. Bye. Well, that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Var in var stånd bak takin. Not a toot toot on the horn. Toot toot. Peep peep. Alright.
Great Hraesvelga, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelga. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
I like to leave it for a little bit because I don't read these bits because obviously it's voiced in a different language and I don't want to speak over the top of it. So I'll leave it for a bit to give people a chance to read it.
You foresaw mine intent.
Lis echniteg casmon ikini, lis nuan jas an es in, salen monanesh, undahai in. Seth osk kom initeg kin an, nosk de gan en.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope? I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Azel upon your back?
Is no Kaisinia in Holhes exkdir valsu Nesk an in eskba. An Snauhau us Hesnesh.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Snosk iletlai, nalosk asisa. Ekmon kin una en.
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the Warrior of Light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Segmon infin, sesk antis ekmon, kin al ud.
Sloskna, dyrkin illes, kolhes nar inish, draor in. Da niteg, garjas, nosk in an, slisva holkas, kai in na.
While this shade of vengeance remains, the future will ever be uncertain.
Esgniteg, esgdia ulga an, el in an hesnesh an, esk jas ong, n am on inga. Al in on ulwoga, sma es in an.
Time for a test.
Sway in Ratatoska dis die an. Slosk kin. Skor ich les iwo.
I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Race Velgar spoke. Come, my friends. Let's not keep our escort waiting. Bum, bum, ba. Da, 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 da. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Da, 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 da. Well, I'm gonna have a mute there. Oh boy. Chieftain Moglin. as far as you go, Jasix. You and your ridiculous name won't make it past me. There's no time for naps. Everyone fights, no one quits. I'm cheating because I'm the baddest. That's enough. You've made your point. This isn't a fight to the death. Hell are these? Parrots. I remember the next boss. I think it's one way just on a narrow pathway. Silence. Pigeon. Yeah. Look at this pretty view. Thou hast weathered my trials thus far, but I am not convinced. I will try thy limits. Nidhogg will spare thee no clemency, and thus neither must I. Remember, yeah, you've got to hop from place to place. Hopefully I can do this solo. Come, warrior. Show me what strength doth remain in thy frail mortal shell. Fight on, warrior. Press thy attack. Ooh, that was close. Yeah.
and keen in Nesnesh. Ong in Ale Warel in an Sai Udles. S. Cis en an Slees like K1. Oda.
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
Tan in unsisnat. Swor as finan stiskan ikin el en in an sedgar initek. Taishi S.E. Isa.
Oh, I what ribs. Isfelgar saw fit to pair me with Vidofnir. Her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales in significance next to yours. How fared you in your duel with Isfelgar? It was down to the wire. Definitely won't be able to solo a Nidhogg. I take it from this that your battle was rather more involved than my own. Vidfalnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging snapping fangs and slashing claws, I scarce had time to aim a blow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Jasix, let me begin by congratulating you on your completion of your trial. One with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. You see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Cooper. Possibly indefinitely. What? When I told you about Jasix's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Moghorn. Triple? That's not fair. There's no justice, Cooper. None at all.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Right now.
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
I can't remember if this throws you in and then you have to use the duty finder while in the battlefield. I might have to quickly check this one. Just to make sure. What was it called again? An end to the song. Ba-da-da-da. Oh god, this is 20 minutes. Ah, God, he's loud as balls. One second. Yeah, it loads you straight into that fight with the music. I'm gonna have to mute this entire scene. At least turn the music off anyway. That sucks. I hate streaming now. I hate that you kind of just enjoy it. You've got to tiptoe around everything. Again, I've always said, fair enough if it's someone sitting playing music that's not part of your game, or if they're just, you know, playing Eminem or whatever in the background, fair enough. But if it's part of the game, Twitch needs to get some sort of license protection going on, but they'll never do it. That's why I've thought of just changing to YouTube. Because at least there I can listen to it, I can enjoy it, and the VOD will just get muted. Well, it'll not get muted, the copyright holder can claim ad revenue off of the video. Go ahead, by all means. Yeah, I want to check something. I'm sure I remember checking this at one point. Where, let's see. was checking some. Right, there's a video here. There's multiple videos here on Twitch that haven't been muted, haven't been removed. So I might just say a fucking crack on. I don't want to ruin this scene because of this stupid music bollocks. Yep, not a single one of these has been muted, so you know what? Fuck it. These are videos that are still on Twitch, haven't been removed, haven't been taken down, haven't been muted. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna listen to it. I don't care anymore. I want to enjoy my game and not have to pussyfoot around this mutant. An end to the song. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. This is a long cutscene. Long cutscene. 20 minutes.
I must return to my city without delay. To war.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold!
Whee!
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Shut up.
Watan and by in. Still walking. Nal u inga. Ale el ikinfa en. Kohes do in. Undo kai omon ikin in kastaga stajas skol hes som. Orsk mik in eskja in van ihe dolun hikin hern esh. Sroskuan inna. His ingar liskol an nusgar akin sus ul war.
I'll just step aside for a second. Ow. He tore off a wing. Ooh, where's that eye? Where's that eye? Find that eye. What's up? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Children of the land we hear. Na 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 na. Heaven with the light in the heart. Na 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 na. Fingers crossed. No, I might die here. Yay! See, there is helpful people in the world. Took a bit of time, but we got there. Got there in the end.
Estinian!
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg! Thou shalt die by my hand!
Resist.
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey!
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued! You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
And thus, he is free. Back to the stream with you. Bye, you two. Na 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 na. Da da da. Da 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 da.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least. You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Ustra udin instra reel. An hesnesh. One in nest ik an. Keifta.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
I love this game. I love the story. Again, just the story and the world, the characters. Don't give a crap about the MMO side of it. Apart from the occasional nice person that you meet, like that person there came in, helped us. Good guy. Props to that guy. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed. No. The past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone. His foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Heroes of the Hour. Your battle with Nidhogg's shade will beget many an epic ballad, Jasix, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epical victories. I probably totally pronounced that wrong, but never mind. Epical? Epical? Official? Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. Not only for your own sake, had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Ba-ba. Jasix, Master Alphino, my honoured friends. As if winning Hraesvelgar to our cause was not enough, you took it upon yourself to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviour of the day were Jasix and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. Speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? His dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he is yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I've satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmond and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Jasix. It would seem that we are waited at Vortam's Manor. Vortam. Do. Da-da.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
Shut up, you. Go sit in the corner.
And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
Yes, indeed. He stood there and did nothing as usual. Habits die hard, I suppose.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our Master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, warrior of light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Yep, our time within Ishgard is coming to an end. As the next patch content focuses on the bridge to the next expansion. Stormblood. Jasix, my friend, what can I do for the saviour of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphanor. Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. He begged to sit at Estinian's side. I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it. The boy must be exhausted by Hraesvelgar's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Litany of Peace. I think this is the last one. Yeah. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough. Estinian barely registered my existence. It was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. So I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. Experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphanor he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphanor has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphanor's affection for him. He's a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required at the infirmary. You see, tell them I'm on my way. Quickly, Jasix. We must go to him. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Grab the popcorn. Yeah. Knock, knock.
Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
Such a shame my camera's covering his head there. Bit of a poopy camera angle for him.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back.
Get rid of that damn armor. It's corrupted.
Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Yeah, Alphino, you big crybaby.
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Commander. My hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons.
Sound familiar, UK?
Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age.
There he is. And we know where he's going. up. I'm not even in the seat.
Thus were the notes of the Dragonsong rewritten. The din of war, giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Fucking eyelashes. From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortin. Heavensward. And thus the tale of Heavensward comes to an end. Loved this expansion. Definitely my favourite of the expansions. Stormblood, Shadowbringer second. Although everything with this one clicks with us. I love the setting. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds, in an all too rare moment of idleness. I chanced to behold a certain hero wandering his way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Jasix. Nay, no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporal head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. Fancy that it echoes in some small measure to the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. I am then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down. And what strange jest is it that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? But these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard. One carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Jasix, and please, convey my warmest regards to Master Alphonor. Fort Tom Manor. Spoke with Sir Emric. Do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet, though her people may stumble from time to time, I know none better than Sir Emric to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains a small matter ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and a seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. But we're not done yet. Guess what they're after? The Warriors of Darkness. Thank you, Blansat. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one awfully curious mouse. Alize. This way. him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mist give way to azure skies, man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. What's this? Into the mists. What is Into the Mists? Is that just a side quest? Into the Mist. So what is Into the Mists? It has the night. God knows. Well, that's part 3 done. 9 hours, 20 minutes pretty much. Do all that. There's like 30 quests. That took 9 hours, 20 minutes. Obviously it took like 45 minutes to get a party for the last fight, but yeah. Right, cool. I'm going to take a break there, guys. Maybe I'll be back in a bit and I'll push on with part 4 to get that done. But I'm going to take a couple hours just to chill out, do some job searching and what have you. Yeah, hope he's enjoyed that. As always, if you're new to the channel, feel free to hit that follow button. It's always appreciated. If you scroll down in the lower part of the channel here on Twitch, you will find a link to my Twitter and YouTube channel. I use Twitter to keep me up to date when I'm live. And YouTube, all VODs from Twitch are moved over to there and then erased from Twitch. Let's see what happens with this VOD with that Heaven's Word music. But anyway, if you watched on YouTube, hope you've enjoyed it. Feel free to hit that subscribe button over there and come over to Twitch and hang out if you want. You can find a link to my Twitter channel in the lower right of my YouTube banner. You can see the little Twitch symbol. Click that, it'll bring you right here. And again, as long as you're following here or on my Twitter page, you'll know when I'm live. The times do tend to vary. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you've enjoyed the end of Heavensward. Like I said, the next patch content, pretty much that's the end of Heavensward there. The next patch content pushes on to bridge the gap to Stormblood. So we'll be doing that later, and again, that's less quests. The next patch content is less quests than what this was, so it'll not take very long. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one, and I'll see you again in a bit. Peace.